So I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head. And I feel it a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and get real high. And I straight to the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And he tries. Oh my God, do I try? I try all the time in this institution.
And he prays.
Oh my God, do I pray? I pray every single day. For a revolution. And I say, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. I say, what's going on? And I say, don't, yeah. Just keep it inside. Learn how to hide your feelings. What's going on? Yeah.
Would you like the rest of my sandwich?
I'm not homeless.
Hey, come on, grab your stuff. I got us a place to play.
What is it?
Oh, I don't know. It's a place called Dante's or something. And they've only allowed us to do one song, so we gotta make it a good one. Come on.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Don't get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the butter spread. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the butter spread. To get your butter spread all on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my mac and cheese. Cause when you're at KFC, you got that special sauce to stir my curiosity. Just give me a 5-piece meal, oh what a deal. A big old box, it's all for me. You know I'll take coleslaw on the side. I could tell you wanted to try the potato wedges. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Get your honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my chicken wings. Don't get none of that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes on my chicken wings. Take us out, Moose.
Taste the biscuit.
If it could break the sound barrier, falling out of a window shouldn't be able to break it. I told you not to touch it! You built it all wrong! Did you even read the directions? It didn't fly for 1 second. It's not my fault if you made a plane that can't fly. I told you not to touch it!
Every day when you're walking down the street, and everybody that you meet has an original point of view. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day, if you can learn to work and play and get along with each other. You gotta listen to your heart, listen to the beat, listen to the rhythm of the street. Open up your eyes, open up your ears, get together and make things better by working together. It's a simple message,
Jelana, jelana, jelata, mürgüdür Postengri, azit, suana, zuata, odana, odata, yaren, ribur, mezjalika, lazbayanaika, linnotiken, wah.
doch im Keller ist noch mehr.
Stepped into the building, changes swinging on my neck, cold rings on my fingers, something on my wrist, tucked into my waist, little semi with a clip, big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like vintage sticks, little blast from the past, cold rings click when I pass in the club. Just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like
Dubai trips on a jet plane, bar railings for the watch and the neck chain. Though I drinks wanna land, I'm a sip of chai tea, cause a fly give me neck pain. Mumbai go for the way she's smiling, I had a notch on a bed frame. Italian suede in the seats of the brand new motor, quick little squirt of the
Hagerwood, ooh from Mozambique, got a Taylor suit with the bros on feet. I'm in Casablanca, blowing Jack Aranda with the AC blowing in the driver's seat. Talk to the platinum hands, I'm a timepiece boy, cause the face ain't listening. Shining, glistening, look at these diamonds dance while I stepped inside of the building. Changes swinging on my neck, gold rings on my fingers, something on my wrist, tucked into my waist, little semi with a clip, big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like vintage sticks, little blast from the past, gold rings click when I pass in the club. Just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like
quick neck down to the strip, got gold in my wrist and a side bag packed full of clips. Strapping up my backwood, get that lit, then pass that round to the left like this. Smoke in my lungs, toting a gun, I can never be broke, got a load of the funds. Cash in the bank, antiques in the yard, make money when I speak, you're lucky I don't charge.
right bigger than a bar, big dough, time ticking on the mile, wristwatch, need a break from the bar, chip shop, side chick sitting in the car worth pissed off. Let me tell you something, bad boys like us, we ain't here for the chit chat. You can tell we ain't here for the games by the way we look when the boys stepped into the building. Changes swinging on my neck, gold rings on my fingers, something on my wrist, tucked into my waist, little semi with a clip, big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like vintage sticks, little blast from the past, gold rings click when I pass in the club. Just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like
Ladies and gentlemen, meine Damen und Herren, all the way from Tokyo, Japan, the Yellow Meister, Mr. Takeo Ishii.
Wer ich bin, auf einmal gegangen, hab mal wohl mein Babyhandel fangen. Geh, mein Babyhandel, geh, Baby. Geh, mein Babyhandel, ja, du wie. Händel ist am Herz aufgesprungen, hat sie seine Fratze verbrunnen. Geh, mein Babyhandel, geh, Baby. Geh, mein Babyhandel, ja, du wie. Ole, 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 ole,
chicken. There go pipiendo.
And you have a yard of Huru, Bokrina, Kunarachel, and Kujimin Dulaman, 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 Binabi Dulaman, Binabuyahela, Dulaman, 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 Parki Dulaman, Binabuyahela. Rachmechinola should Dulamakala, Tana Brocadera, Dulamangela, Dulaman, 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 Binabi Dulaman, Binabuyahela, Dulaman, 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 Parki Dulaman, Binabuyahela. Brocabracadur and Dulmakela, the bar, extra shirt, Dulamangela, Dulaman, 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 Binabi Dulaman, Binabuyahela, Dulaman, 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 Parki Dulaman, Binabuyahela, Dulaman, Binabi Dulaman, Binabuyahela, Dulaman, Binabi Dulaman, Binabuyahela, Dulaman, 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 Binabi Dulaman, Binabuyahela, Dulaman, 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 Parki Dulaman, Binabuyahela, Dulaman, Binabi Dulaman, Binabuyahela, Dulaman, Binabi Dulaman, Binabuyahela. And you read nothing out of
Oh, right. Wow, what an intro, huh? Who does the streamer think he is with these 40-minute intros? Who does this streamer think he is with these 40-minute intros? Hey boss, can you help me not be insane? I got you. I got you. Hello everybody, hello. Hello everybody, welcome back. I had to take a shower. I hit go live and then I was like, I'm feeling a little musky. So I needed to clean up first. You know, I wanted to be presentable before we had this meeting, you know? Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. It's Thursday. It's Thursday. Whoa, Danny boy, thank you for the 10 months. Good idea, we can smell you through the computer. I know. I know, and I didn't want to put you through that. All right, everybody. Are you ready to do some work? We ready to do some work today? Today we've got a presentation. It was a requested topic. If you haven't guessed already, because it's the title of the stream, we're going to talk about religious trauma today. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm excited. I'm excited for this one. I'm sure you're excited too. Reminds me, I need to update my slides link in the chat. So give me 1 sec, I'll do that real quick. How are you doing today? You doing all right? It's Thursday, which means it's almost Friday. Also, it's Throw That Ass Back Thursday. That's a mouthful. Maybe just throw an ass Thursday. Throw it back Thursday. I don't know. We'll workshop it. Throw ass Thursday. On day like 6 of an alcohol binge because I have problems. We go on alcohol binges because we're trying to avoid our problems, but what you've probably noticed is that it only ever makes those problems worse. So I would encourage you to reach out to your supports. Let them know you're having a hard time. Lean on each other. It can get better. We just gotta break out of these self-destructive cycles that we get stuck in. I'm rooting for you. Sir Tylees, thank you for gifting that sub. You know what I've been thinking lately? Because I get in this phase about this time of year every year where I just want to shave my head and start it over fresh. I might grow my hair out a little longer, but I think I'm gonna shave it before I do. Don't do it. Maybe. Your head will be cold? Yeah, but I wear a hat in the winter, so it's fine. The winter's the best time to shave your head because you get to cover it up with a hat during all of the awkward short hair period. I think I'll just give myself a haircut. I don't think I'll shave it all off. It's a bit overkill. How are we feeling today? I'm feeling pretty good. Just been trying to catch up with stuff around the house, you know? It's like you're out of town for a week and you come back and there's like laundry and you gotta vacuum and mop, and I'm gonna do most of it this weekend. I'm just gonna delay for another day or two before I get in a real good clean on the weekend. Procrastinating classic. It's not procrastination, I'm simply scheduling the time in which I'll do it, which is fine. That's actually a good way to defeat procrastination, is by scheduling stuff. So I can recognize that the house needs a good clean, but I don't really have time to do it today, and I probably won't have much time to do it tomorrow, but Saturday is normally the day that I clean anyway, so it makes sense to just wait. Well, thank you. I recognize reframing as a powerful skill, and it's something that I take very seriously. It can be a real game changer in all sorts of different aspects of life. If there were two things that I would want everybody to learn, reframing and mindful breathing. It might surprise you just how far you can get by doing a little bit of reframing and doing a little bit of mindful breathing. procrastinating getting groceries. I'll do that sometimes. But then I try to take that as a challenge to use the stuff that I have. You know, use the stuff that's been sitting in the cabinet or in the freezer. Polonius with the 17 months. Let's go. Thank you for the hype train. I think it's important to recognize how nice it can feel to just be in the middle as far as your emotions go. To just feel content, to feel unbothered, to just feel okay. I feel like people want to avoid the middle because it's boring. You know, it's neither here nor there. But something that's important to recognize is that where your middle is can shift. You know, if you're, going through a pretty great time in your life and things are going your way and you've got great friends and people love you and you're spending time with your hobbies and, you're really killing it, your middle will shift. And so even just feeling okay feels pretty good. Whereas on the contrary, if you're not feeling very good, you're having a pretty hard time in your life, the middle for you might not feel very good. It might just be tolerable. It might just be, you might just be able to cope with it. And so where I'm going with all of this is to just be okay with finding that balanced point in the middle of your emotional spread and recognize that where that middle is can shift. And so where your middle is right now is not where it will always be. We're trying to raise that baseline so that even just feeling okay for you feels great. And then when you feel really good, it feels even better. When there are 15 with the 29 months, it feels like just yesterday. It's been 29 months. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Thank you for the 29 months. Chat, we're on a hype train. We got 2 minutes left, so if you want to hop on, now's your chance. It's just kind of wild that there are people that have been subscribed for that long when I feel like I've been streaming for like 3 months. It feels like I just got started. Crazy how time flies. Chat, we've got the question box open if there's anything you want to drop in there. Right now it's empty. It's just full of crickets. So if you have a question, we can get to it right away. Maybe I did just get started. It's all relative. It's true. I am unbound by the linear span of time. I'm like Dr. Manhattan. And now it's time for me to move to Mars. Which, funny story, if, you look at my background here, you look at the design of, the stream and stuff, that's actually a part of what inspired it, was the scene where Dr. Manhattan is sitting on Mars. On YouTube? Oh, hey, Quark Charm. Quark Charm's over there on YouTube. I need to post the question box link on YouTube somehow, because the chat command only works. The chat command only works on Twitch. But if you want the link, I'll paste it over there for you. Why do some men break up with their relationship through WhatsApp? That's a term that's interested me a lot. You know, breaking up with people via text always feels weird. Like, there are some things in life that you should just do in person. Like, don't run from it. Be a big boy, be a big girl, be a big they, them. Always feels weird. Oh, hold on, I'm posting the, I wonder if I can pin. Oh, I can. Okay. I've pinned the message in my YouTube chat. Because Quark Charm's on a work laptop that blocks Twitch but not YouTube. We're staying one step ahead of him. I think it's because a breakup is hard, so they just do it over text. And that's why they do it, you know. By the way, Leftward Ho, thank you for gifting that sub. The hype train's still going. We haven't forgotten. I feel like the only time where you should, like, unquestioningly break up with somebody over text is when you are in danger to do it otherwise. Because sometimes you have to have that level of, like, cold disconnection because this person is a threat to your safety. And so it's like you send them a text and then you block them and then you walk away. But to do that to somebody that, you know, you just weren't really vibing with, you know, the relationship just kind of faded out, you just weren't really clicking like you used to, the spark was gone, it's like, grow up. Grow up. I feel like if a person does break up with you over text, that's a person that you probably shouldn't have been in a relationship with to begin with. Because we need good communication skills for our relationships to thrive. We need to be able to sit down and talk with each other about hard stuff, because that's going to happen, whether you like it or not. I broke up with someone over text, but it was a long-distance relationship and we'd never met in person. The real boss move would have been to fly out there in person and then break up with them the first time you see them. That would have been the power play, but I can understand why you did it over text. That makes sense. Expensive point. That's why it's the power play. You're like, damn. It's like they meet you at the airport. They meet you at the airport. They meet you at the airport and then you dump them at the airport and you turn around and you go back through security like, sorry, I got a flight to catch. My return flight is in 30 minutes. So you can see where I got the inspiration for my set. It's not my overlay, my backdrop. I don't know. Pick a word. The vibe I was going for. know, just thinking back to what we were talking about earlier, talking to people about important stuff. If you're having an important conversation, you should have it in an important way. If you're having a significant conversation, you should treat it with significance. And so that deserves more than just text. I feel like, you know, it's too easy to be avoidant. I feel like technology has really afforded us the ability to be avoidant. In my opinion, I don't start a relationship with someone when I'm not able to be fully honest. True. Honesty is very important in a relationship. You know, not every relationship needs to be the relationship. You can have relationships that are impermanent. You can have relationships that are just fun, temporary. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you plan on taking it seriously, then take it seriously. I don't have the energy to mask at home. I mean, you shouldn't have to mask at home. Where else can you take the mask off? See, my thing with the mask is I took my mask off a while ago and then I forgot where I left it and now I don't know where it is. I took my mask off and now I don't remember where it is or how to put it back on. I take relationships very seriously, but oof, most people don't understand. Yeah, I feel like, you know, when you're in a relationship, you're dealing with another person, and how you treat them is an important reflection of who you are as a person. Like, do you want to treat them with dignity and respect? Do you want to show them care and compassion? Is that something that you're capable of doing? And so being in relationships is a big part of how we test who we are and how we grow as people. Grew up undiagnosed autistic. The first place I had to learn to take off my mask was at home. And how my family reacted was mixed. That's to be expected. The older I get, the more I realize that the only type of reaction is a mixed reaction. People's reactions are never uniform. Alright, we've got a question in the box. I'm ready to get to it. Are you ready? Is there anything else we want to talk about before we get into it? I'm fine with taking a little more time because we've just got the one question. We do have a fun presentation on deck. I say fun, the topic is religious trauma. I'm like, what sort of weirdo finds that fun? Me, okay? Me. I find this stuff fascinating. And if you're here watching, you probably find it interesting too, you weirdo. But hey, at least we're the same type of weird. What did I have for breakfast? We were out of eggs, so it was just bacon and toast. But that was fine. I was okay with that. It's pretty good. I'm a weirdo, but I just accept it now. There's nothing else to do except accept it. Because when it comes to our own individual weirdness, our options are either accept it or reject it. Living in a disingenuous way is painful and it's unsatisfying. What you'll notice is that you are at your happiest and healthiest when you are able to be who you really are. You are able to live in an authentic and genuine way. People can just not like me if they want, and that's okay. And that's the only way it could be. You're never gonna win over 100% of people. I've said this before, but I'm gonna say it again because I'm really trying to hammer it in there. You could do everything right. You could be kind, you could be welcoming, you could be compassionate, you could be generous, you could be patient. And guess what? There are gonna be people that resent you for that. There are going to be people who don't like you because of your positive characteristics. Oh, they just think they're so much better than me. They just think they're so much better than me. They just can't help but lord over me with how good they are and how kind they are and how loving they are. Aren't they so special? And so what you'll realize is that you're going to run into people who are going to not like you because of nothing that you did. They don't like you because of their own insecurities. They see you as a kind, compassionate, self-actualized being, and it makes them scared. It makes them afraid. It makes them feel inferior and inadequate. Because they look at you, and it's like looking in a mirror for them. They see that which they struggle to be. And so in your kindness, you are reminding them of their own pain. And they might resent you for that. Life gets way easier when you stop trying to please everyone, because you're not gonna please everyone. There are only two kinds of people in the world, weirdos and liars. Everyone's considered weird to someone, and that's the beauty of being human. We can all learn from each other's weirdness. It's true. You got to embrace and celebrate your weirdness, because that's what makes you you. So long as in which the way in which you are weird does not inflict harm onto anyone else. Also, I've never met a person who wasn't weird in their own way. Even meeting somebody who's too normal is weird in its own way. Like, how are you real? Like, what's your deal? Like, how do you exist? It's weird. I've only ever met weird people. Secrets do you have, right? It's like when you meet somebody who's too normal, it's like, what are you hiding? How do you somehow exist completely unbothered by everything? 4 days. I didn't talk to my online friend for 4 days, and then he unfriended me and made it so that I couldn't message him. I told him in advance that I was going to be busy that week too. He wanted to talk every day, and for me that was too much. So now we aren't friends anymore. I'm back to being friendless/isolated like I usually am. Oh no, okay, so hold on. Pump the brakes here a little bit. This person was too demanding. Just because you're looking for friends doesn't mean you have to settle with the first person who's willing to be friendly with you. Alright? Because this person was putting some unrealistic expectations, and they also have a little bit of, some attachment issue going on here. It's perfectly normal to go for several days or even longer without talking to someone directly. And if they make you feel like that's not okay, that's entitled. They are not entitled to your attention and availability 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I just will always wonder why our friendship had to be all or nothing. Because that's how that person thinks. This person thinks in very black and white thoughts. Either you love me or you hate me. And there's no room for any nuance, and there's nothing in between. And so they flipped on you because you weren't able to meet all of their expectations as a friend. Going for more than a few days without talking was a deal breaker for them, and that just means that they have some issues underneath the surface that they should probably work through. Because it's harming them and it's harming their relationships. You didn't do anything wrong here, by the way. You let them know that you were going to be busy this week, and so you went a few days without talking. That happens. It happens all the time. And so I just want to encourage you to not give up on making friends, because once you make friends with some people who are okay with reasonable boundaries, it's going to be like night and day. What you'll realize is that friendships don't have to be so stressful and anxiety-inducing, because you were probably feeling pretty stressed out by this friendship. You were probably feeling pretty anxious. And what you'll notice when you actually make quality, healthy relationships is that friendships are meant to be rejuvenating. Friendships are meant to be encouraging and uplifting. There doesn't need to be so much worry baked in to your relationship. I will just always wonder why our friendship had to be all or nothing. Well, I could explain that a little further for you, but let's... The word we are looking for is splitting. It's often associated with BPD. I'm not saying this person has BPD, but it happens in people who don't have BPD. But it's often associated with it, okay? So let's just talk about the behavior and not try to diagnose anybody. What is splitting? Here's the definition here for you. A mental mechanism in which the self or others are viewed as all good or all bad. They fail to integrate the positive and negative qualities of the self or others into cohesive images. Often the person alternatively over-idealizes and devalues the same person. And so, to put it simply, It's very black and white. They either love you or they hate you. And there's no in between. And splitting is when a person flips from one to the other. That is when the split happens. You are making the transition from being I am a hater to I idolize you. And so it sounds like that's what happened. It sounds like you got split on. Now, there are all sorts of reasons why people split. Not everybody who splits has BPD. The two of them are often very closely associated. But people will split because they are anxious. People will split because they are insecure. People will split because they are avoidant. There are all sorts of reasons why a person might split. And so that's why it happened. That's why it was all or nothing. And what you could probably recognize is that that's not healthy. Relationships aren't meant to be this all or nothing, I love you or I hate you. There's supposed to be room for nuance and room for boundaries and room for growth and understanding. And the expectations that were being put on you were unfair. We either had to talk every day or we couldn't talk at all. That's not normal. That's controlling, is what that is. That's also entitled. I am entitled to your time and your attention. Hey, you need to talk to me today, or else you don't get to talk to me ever again. You need to talk to me today and also every day. Otherwise, you see how that's a problem? That's very entitled. I am entitled to your attention, your time. For me, I would have been fine with talking to him twice a week. For him, that meant I didn't care for him. This is a stressful way to live. This person is under a lot of stress, and so hopefully they're able to talk to somebody about it. Hopefully they're able to work on it, because having all of this insecurity in your relationships, it's going to sabotage everything. You need to recognize that sometimes people are busy. Sometimes people can't talk to me whenever I need them to talk to me. And that's also the benefit of having more than one friend. Maybe one friend's busy, you talk to a different friend. It's one of those situations that you just have to move on from, but it's hard since he was my only friend. Yet. You're gonna make even better ones is the thing. I've lost people before, but this time I just can't make sense of it. Why was it not okay for us to talk every couple of days? Isn't it normal to not message someone every day? Yes. No, okay. You are in the right here. You didn't do anything wrong. I feel like talking every day is what you do with a romantic partner. It felt like I had a romantic relationship duties in a friendship. Yes, this person was using you as their emotional whatever. You know, they needed you to have that emotional anchor. You know, they were basically, you know... Anyway, I don't want to speculate too much on this person's motives or intentions, but ultimately, they did you a favor. They did you a favor by removing themselves from the situation, because this will happen, and this type of relationship has probably happened to most people at some point. They've known somebody like this, or they've met somebody like this who was just too demanding and it just wasn't enough and they had to cut up. You know, it's this whole big dramatic falling out when they're like, you feel like, I don't feel like I did anything wrong, and they just... Can you say something to this friend? Maybe talk to them about it? What they said at the beginning was that they unfriended them and then made it so that they couldn't message them. They cut them off completely, which is very reactive. It's a very reactive thing to do. You know, maybe they'll have a wake-up moment. Maybe they'll realize, like, I can't keep doing this to people. I need to stop pushing people away. I need to realize that people get busy and I'm being too demanding by expecting them to be available 24/7. Almost as if it has worked for them before. Yeah. It's kind of like an emotional temper tantrum. You know, you're dealing with somebody who has a lot of emotion and they don't know how to handle it properly, and so they throw a fit. My friend did something similar recently after being asked to take a week break. See? You're not the only one. You're not the only one getting split on. Hopefully that makes you feel better and not worse. Anyway, questioner, if you're looking for a friend, somebody to talk to at least twice a week, we've probably got some volunteers. Anybody want to volunteer to talk to this person approximately twice a week? Oh, would you look at that? We got some volunteers. Which days work best for you? Tuesday, Thursday? Do you want to do like on the weekend? I want to talk to this person every day, no exception. If you don't, it's a deal breaker. I need to be able to talk to you 24/7. If it's 3 a.m. and I had a bad dream and I call you on the phone and you don't answer it, that's because you secretly hate me and you have always hated me and you've never actually been my friend and you don't care about how I feel and blah, 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 blah. We get tired of those games, don't we? Don't you get tired of those games? The games people play? Anyway, questioner, you are welcome to hang out at the Discord. We've got a lot of great people in there. A lot of great potential friends. Some people who won't expect you to talk to them 24/7. You know, if you're looking for like a twice a week kind of thing, even better. It's actually a big part of why I like having this space and why I like having this community, is because it gives us an opportunity to make friendly relationships with reasonable people. Because you're not the only one struggling to meet people, you're not the only one struggling to form friendships. A lot of people are having a hard time right now. Most people make friends with either the people they work with or they are the same friends they've had since high school or college. You know, not very many people are out there actively making new friends. And so don't feel like it's a you problem if that's difficult, because nobody's really doing it. There aren't very many people out there who are actively going out and trying to make new friendships. That's actually pretty rare. Most people are just friends with the people they already know. Or they're friends with their friends' friends, or they're friends with their partner's friends. A lot of people are taught that it's selfish to ask for anything. So being passive-aggressive, unfortunately, ends up becoming the norm. True. True. Making expectations that you never express to the person you're putting them on, they're then getting upset when they don't meet them. Well said. Well said. I'm glad you brought that up because that's something that is really important to be mindful of. It's something that we really want to try to keep an eye on, especially on our own relationships, is when we have unspoken rules for the person that we have a relationship with. We just have these unspoken expectations. Like, if you have expectations, if you have desires, if you have wants, speak them out loud. Nobody can read your mind, all right? You gotta let people know. Because you so often see people just, they have these unspoken rules of how they are supposed to be treated and what they expect from the relationship, and they just don't tell anybody what they are, and then they just become resentful. So don't be passive aggressive. Be assertive. It's not a dick move to let people know what you need or to ask for something. It's more of a dick move to just sit there silently and be like, why can't anybody tell that I need that thing? Why hasn't somebody come up to me and met my needs without me having to ask? My old buddy just reached out after a year of no contact and wants to hang. Late 30s moment. Oh, hell yeah. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. And this is something that happens more and more often the older you get. It's like, you don't give a shit that it's been a year or 5 years or 10 years. You're just happy to see him again. And it's like, you never left. It's like, you're able to pick up where you left off. We are, there's no issue. That's what I'm glad to hear it. Like, no, I didn't feel like there was. I feel like I was just letting people know, like, it happens and it's okay. Your friends aren't going to be mad that you haven't talked to them in a long time. They're just going to be happy to hear from you. And if you do reach out to somebody and it's been a long time and they're like, why haven't you talked to me in so many, like, why? Then maybe we should back away. Most people that you reach out to, most people that you reconnect with are going to be happy to hear from you. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Let's take a look. How do you see through lies at the beginning of a relationship? My ex lied about political views and values. Uh-oh. I feel dumb for not understanding that I was being lied to. No, you're not dumb. You were just being trusting of a person that you were in a relationship, which is how it's supposed to work. So why would you be dumb for doing exactly what you were supposed to do? Trusting somebody that you're in a close relationship at their word. You're not dumb for being more suspicious. Why did they lie about that? Because socialism gets you laid. Women are not attracted to conservative values. What are signs you can look for to know if someone is being authentic? All right, hear me out here. If we're gonna do our detective work, we have to do it like this. You can take what the person is saying into consideration, but that's just the picture that they're trying to paint for you, like, hey, look how woke I am. Oh, yeah, women's rights. Cool, huh? So people will say stuff, but then we need to look a little further than that. What's their family like? What are their friends like? What sort of stuff are they following on social media? Whose accounts are they following? You know, you gotta dig a little bit just to make sure that they're not fooling you. Because it's easy to say like, oh yeah, I believe in this and that and equality and fairness and all that stuff. But if you were to go through like my the people I'm following on social media, and you're like, what's Ben Shapiro doing in here? Uh-oh. Like, how many episodes of the Joe Rogan podcast have you sat through? I don't know, I've seen people maintain a lie for decades. It happens. Some people can keep up the lie forever. And at some point, you just become the lie, honestly. It's like, how long does it take of living a lie to just end up becoming that person? Like, well, I've only spent the last 10 years thinking and acting and portraying myself as this type of person, so maybe that's just who I am now. Oh, Doladar's here. What's up, Doladar? It was nice to see you at TwitchCon. So I didn't get to hang out more. That TwitchCon went so quickly. It went so quickly. Anyway, I would just say, if you're trying to make sure that the person that you're in a relationship with is legit, look beyond just their words. You know, who are they following online? What kind of content do they watch? What type of stuff are they posting about online? What sort of stuff are they retweeting or liking on, you know? You gotta dig a little bit. Because people have been using this tactic since the beginning of time because it works. You know, you can say the right stuff and it will get you laid if you just say the right words. People have been abusing this technique for a very long time. But that's why we need to be diligent. We need to do our due diligence and make sure that this person is who they say they are. Also, there are other things to keep an eye out for, like how do they treat waitstaff? How do they treat the women in their family? You know, how do they, you know, there are other ways to kind of suss it out. Also, listen to your gut. If your gut says something's off, there's probably something that's off. I really think that part of the manipulation is hoping you will feel foolish for believing it. Oh, yeah, good point. A part of the manipulation is that it's somehow made to be your fault for believing them. Like, haha, you were such a fool for believing me when all I did was lie to you. Haha, you're so stupid. It's like, wait, hold on a second. How is it my fault for being lied to? That doesn't make any fucking sense. But people will do that. They'll be like, oh god, I can't believe they fell for it. Wow, they're such a fool. That's just their way of coping with being a big piece of shit. Also, there will be moments where their true self will shine through, because you'll be able to tell. You know, like, something will happen, something will pop up, they'll say something that doesn't quite sit right with you. I feel like part of the beginning of a relationship is figuring out, okay, there's this person here and they're telling me that this is who they are, and I want to believe them because they're cute, but I feel like it's still important to do your research. You know, some people are who they say they are, but some people aren't. And if you're a real one, if you are who you say you are, you won't care if people back that up. You won't care if people dig a little bit to vouch. You got nothing to hide. You'll also notice that this person is always going to try to make it seem like it's your fault. Like, this person does not accept accountability, and that's part of why they are who they are. And so, this is the type of person where it's like, hey, I was going through your social media posts and I saw that you were retweeting Ben Shapiro. What's that all about? They're like, I can't believe you didn't trust me. I can't believe, why would you do this? This is such a betrayal. What's the matter? You don't trust me? They'll always put it back onto you. But thankfully, we are immune to Darvo now. I've been trying to inoculate you. I'm trying to make you immune to Darvo. Because it happens every goddamn day. Real quick, while we're on the topic, I kind of just want to run back through it real quick. Since I mentioned Darvo, I just want to give you a brief explanation of what that is. Darvo is a very commonly used manipulation tactic, and it stands for deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. Once you learn to spot it, you will see it all over the place. You're like, you get a nose for it. And so it starts with denial. You know, like, I didn't do that. I didn't yell at you. That didn't happen. What are you talking about? Running defense? I haven't mentioned anybody. What are you talking about? I think you're projecting. I'm just here talking about manipulators. If you identify with this in some degree, you know, if you feel like I'm running defense for somebody just by trying to teach you about manipulation tactics, do you care to elaborate? I'll wait. So, the first step is to deny. That didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy. And then they attack. They go on the defensive. You're too sensitive. You're just trying to start drama. You're just, you know, that kind of shit. The goal here being to intimidate or destabilize the victim so they feel unsure or guilty for speaking up. And then you get the ARVO part, which is reverse victim and offender. This is when the person who initially was violating reframes themselves as the victim. I can't believe you would accuse me of this. I've always been such a good friend. I'm always having to put up with this. Why don't you trust me? You know, you're making that, and you see this all the time. And oftentimes it ends up with the victim apologizing, which is crazy. But the reason why Darvo is so common is because it's effective. The reason why it's so commonly used is because it's effective. But thankfully, once you understand what it is and how it works and how it can pop up, you can develop a resistance to it. That I am dramatic and crash out because they lied, I do end up apologizing and I feel stupid. Find friends that make you feel good. Wish they taught this in middle school health class. I feel like teaching young people how to spot manipulation and how to regulate their emotions would be really great. I feel like that would do a lot of good. If people are making you feel bad and they're calling you dramatic or they're telling you that you're crashing out, that is them invalidating your anger. It's like they're intentionally doing things to fuck with you, and then when you finally are like, hey, Cut that out. Knock it off. What the fuck are you doing? They're like, ooh, you're crashing out. Ooh, you're so sensitive. Ooh, it's like, no, I'm just sick of the harassment. Shut the fuck up. That's what people always do. And what you'll notice is that it's childish behavior. It's the same sort of shit that you see on the playground. You know, it's like somebody's poking you, and then you're like, hey, quit poking me. And they're like, oh, you're mad. You're mad. Anyway. Really sounds like projection, Lamau. Care to elaborate? Do you care to elaborate, or are you just throwing around words that you learned today? How do you truly find yourself? If I want to be someone I'm not, is that me just acting, or is that myself working hard to achieve what it wants? Does that make sense? All right. Finding who you truly are is an ongoing process. You are in a continuous process of unfoldment as you continue to move towards self-actualization. Think of you, think of your personality, think of your character, not as one stationary image, but rather as a radiant sort of gem in which different facets of you can shine through depending on which angle the light is going. You are a work in progress. Don't worry about defining yourself so rigidly. Instead, just try to enjoy that process of continued self-discovery. Can I elaborate? No, because I don't want to. Are you really 56 years old? Are you interested in getting help? Do I think that? I don't know. I don't know, and I just... You're right. I need to do better. Because I just want to bully you. My bullying days are done. Anyway, I assume that you're old enough to know better than to judge somebody before you actually know them. So if you want to come in here and just offer judgments about who I am and what my intentions are and who I am as a person, you know, maybe sit down and listen and learn a little bit before just jumping to the defense of some parasocial relationship of some online figure that you're never going to meet. Did I judge someone? Yes, me, with your very first message here. Anyway. I hope you find the love in life that you deserve. I don't have time for this. I've got work to do. I've got work to do. I bet they think they owned me because I typed them out in chat. They're like, oh, he's mad now. It's like, no, don't be coming in here defending Ethan Klein. Like, get a fucking grip. Like, who the fuck are you? Like, that's the person you're gonna defend? Somebody with an N-word compilation? Please. People are sick and unwell. It's true, and we're here to get better, so if that's not what you're interested in, then politely get the fuck out. By doing mod applications, you know what, Goobins? How do you feel about a sword? Yeah, if you're the type of person who's in here defending a pedo troll Zionist, seek help. Just do everybody a favor, take your hard drive out of your computer, or just take the whole computer if that's easier. Go down to the local FBI office, turn yourself in, and just do humanity a favor. Do literally anything but be like that. Exactly. The bar is in hell. The bar is in hell. Right, Goobins, you're in. Alright, everybody watch out. Goobins has a sword. I will swing at the trolls. My preferred method, okay, so just while we're on the topic, my preferred method of dealing with trolls Just time them out for a very long time. But if they're like just very terrible right from the beginning, just ban them. Don't worry about it. But if they're just like troubled individuals, I like to at least give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, maybe we can do some work. I had a conversation with Wake Wilder about this. By the way, he told me he wants to collab, so I need to reach out to him. I need to get something special planned. But he was telling me about how a big part of what he wanted to do when he started streaming was deprogram some of these like incel types online, and we were just kind of talking about how like we've got our fucking work cut out for us. But no, I think that would be a good collab. You know, some nice positive male role models. All right. Let's get into it. I want so badly to help these chronically online insecure men because I could help them, but they don't want to hear what I have to tell them. They would rather just go further and further down in this like cycle of self-reinforcement. Or they just watch people like Asmongold and Tectone and they just get those beliefs validated by forming a community around their own repugnancy. All I've ever wanted to do is rehabilitate an incel. It's a passion project of mine. Like, I want to turn you from a friendless neckbeard into a based Chad. That's all I want for you. I farted when you said repugnancy. How's that for timing? Serendipity. Carl Jung would describe that as a moment of synchronicity. Alright. Let's get to it. I've been at a work training this week for new public defenders. I'm staff, not a participant or a lawyer, which is held in the middle of the woods. Oh, okay. Held in the middle of the woods, not close to society. I'm also in the middle of a depressive episode. One would say, it's better to be at the middle of a depressive episode than at the beginning of a depressive episode. Ubens, thank you for the 13 months. The middle of the woods, middle of a depressive episode. I thought I would use this week to identify issues I'm going through, what to do to help, and start journaling about my life and the issues at hand. I'm also unsure about the graduate degree I'm pursuing and feel lost. Instead, every night I've been either tasked with something else, like being part of a small group activity, asked to hang out, asked to go on a walk at night. I even went to a yoga class someone put on. Today is the 5th day and I've had no opportunity to work on myself, but I've realized maybe that's not what I needed. Okay, good. I'm glad you recognized it, because I was gonna say it. Sometimes the work you need to do isn't the work you think you need to do. Sometimes you might think, I need to sit down, I need to journal, I need to process all this, I need to work through this. Sometimes that is what you need to do, but sometimes you just need to let yourself live. Sometimes you just need to let yourself connect with people and do stuff. Sometimes the universe will nudge you in the right direction, you just need to let it do that. I think I needed to get out of my brain, and I interacted with good people. I think this week was a lesson in doing rather than thinking. Not saying there's not a place for that, but just doing something positive for myself, or putting myself in positive spaces, I think is helping me more than I ever dreamed it would. Oh yeah. Things really start to get good whenever you have people around you that support you and that can help uplift you. Whenever you feel like I'm doing all this on my own, it really sucks. It's really lonely and it's hard. But life really gets good whenever you have people to share it with. You have people around you that are happy to see you successful. I mostly wanted to submit this for your thoughts on getting out of a depressive rut, and also to encourage others feeling similarly to push yourself into positive situations. I can't believe doing the little things I did instead of being alone in my room helped so much already. Depression hates a moving target. Depression is the type of stuff that will have you locked up in your room and it's dark and you're just all by yourself. And then the thing about depression is it'll also convince you that that's the way to get out of depression. Like, maybe I should just lay down in my dark room about it. Maybe I'll just outlast the depression, which can be done. Sometimes you can just outlast the depression, but you're taking psychic damage. You're taking psychic damage. Depression hates a moving target. And what you've realized is that the antidote to depression is to just get out there and live my life. Because those are the things that you would be doing if you were not depressed. The earbuds look cool. Oh, thanks. They go over my ear. They're supposed to be better for your ears. Smell for depression like a gas leak. Depression hates a moving target. Where depression will really get you is when it's late at night, you're all alone, and you're in your bed, and it overwhelms you. It's like a wet blanket. What I found to be really helpful is to just continuously ask myself a question whenever I was depressed. What would I be doing if I were a little more happy? What would I be doing if I was just a little bit happier? What's just some small little tiny change? It's like, well, I guess I would have a cup of tea. That's where I got started. It's like, all right, let's have some tea and we'll go from there. Because when you're getting out of depression, you're not trying to just pick yourself up off the floor. You're also trying to raise the ceiling. Because there's the bottom, the low point for your emotions, that deep dark hole. But when you're really deep down, your ceiling sinks with it. And so your idea of what happiness is, your idea of what satisfaction and love and joy all feel like, it's all been diluted because your whole emotional spectrum has kind of sunk into the mud. And so when you're digging yourself out of depression, you're not just raising the floor, you're also raising the ceiling. It's important to remember that when you do feel better, it will feel better than you can even possibly imagine. Because when you're depressed, you can't even imagine what happiness feels like. It feels like a distant, forgotten dream. All right, questioner, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about where you're at. You know, would we rather you not be depressed? Absolutely. But that's why we're going to cheer you on as you continue to work your way out of it. You feel like you're in the middle, but from what you're telling me, it feels more like you're on the come up. It feels more to me, based on what you're saying, I'm not in the dead middle of it. I'm not at that center point. I'm in the latter half. Maybe I'm in the third quarter. We're rooting for you. We're rooting for you. Keep up the good work. I have schizophrenia, and so far none of my family knows, and I don't plan on telling them soon. It really fucked with me for a few years, but I just brute forced it till I found good medication. I'm still not fully recovered, but now that I've kept this secret because I'm a little ashamed of having it, I want the people closest to me to know, but I also don't want to be too blunt. Like, hey, I have schizophrenia, love me and support me, please. I know if people know I have it, it'll change how they view me. Either they view me with fear, pity, fascination, and I don't want that, but at the same time, I don't want to hide it. How do I deal with this? All right. Feel free to talk to them about it in a way that feels comfortable for you. There's a lot of fear and stigmatization that goes around words like schizophrenia. A lot of these diagnostic labels can carry a lot of assumption and misunderstanding and confusion. The word itself, it sounds scary. It's a scary word. Schizophrenia. All of those consonants really gets you. I would encourage you to talk to the people that are closest to you, maybe one-on-one. It doesn't have to be a big group thing. You can do this one-on-one and you just say, hey, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about some of the stuff I've been going through lately. You don't even have to use the word if you don't want to. You don't even have to come out to them and say, hey, I have schizophrenia. You could just say, you know, I've just been having some mental problems and I've been working on it and I've finally found something that works for me and things are getting better, and so I just wanted to let you know. Just so you know, there's no rule that says you have to tell anybody what your diagnosis is. What your diagnosis is between you and the people that you trust, the people who are there helping you with your treatment. And so I think talk about it in a way that's about what you have been through and about what you've experienced. You know, if you have been dealing with certain symptoms and you feel like talking about those symptoms, you can do that. It's a shame that one of the worst things about having a mental illness is saying you have a mental illness. True, and keeping it to yourself makes it worse. The painful irony of the situation is that we are so scared of talking about mental illness because we're afraid of being judged that we end up making our symptoms worse because we're isolated and we have no one to support us. Having strong supports can be a game changer in your treatment. In fact, it might actually be one of the important ingredients that you're missing. Because even just having a good doctor, having therapy, having the right medication, that only does so much. You also need stability in your life, and you also need people that care about you and people that you can connect to. Also, you can talk to the people that you see for treatment and talk to them about talking to your family as well, if that's another option. Like, you can sit down as a group and be like, hey, you know, if you have any questions, we can go talk to the doctor and you can ask the doctor questions. But there's no right or wrong way to do this. It's just about what feels comfortable for you. Like if you just want to sit down with the person closest to you and just say, you know, hey, I just wanted to let you know I've been going through some stuff mentally, but I'm working on it and I'm feeling more stable than I have, and I just wanted to let you know. And then you could just leave it up to them to ask more questions, and if you feel comfortable answering those questions, you can. If you feel like you don't have good answers to those questions, you can... There are people that could help facilitate that conversation. Doctors, nurses, caseworkers. Because it can be a difficult conversation to have. Anyway, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Having good supports in your life is really important. And I'm sure that the people who are closest to you are already, you know, they already can see that something's going on, but they're probably just not quite sure. You know, because maybe they just don't want to intrude. You know, not because they don't care, but I think they're just trying to respect your privacy and be respectful. Because you see that a lot. You see that a lot where, like, family will be like, yeah, I always kind of felt like there was something going on, but I didn't want to pry. I didn't want to intrude. I didn't want to make assumptions. And so it's important we don't take that personally and be like, oh, they didn't care about me. They couldn't tell that I was struggling. You know, it's like they probably did. But they just didn't want to, you know, they probably felt like if they need help, they'll ask. And so if there's anybody that works with you on your treatment team, you know, if you have like a doctor or a nurse or like a caseworker or something and you like them and you have a good relationship, there are also... Let me find it. There's an organization called NAMI. It's the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And a lot of what they do is they help educate family and they help educate supports, you know, about mental illness topics because, you know, and they do a lot of this stuff for free. They do this like family to family thing, 8-session educational program for family, significant others, and friends of people with mental health conditions. They also have a lot of good like articles and, you know, printouts and all sorts of stuff. So I would highly recommend, if you're somebody who has mental illness and you're looking to talk to your family about it, or if you have a person that you care about that has mental illness, a lot of great resources here. Capitalism actively dissuades vulnerability and punishes you for admitting it. It ain't your fault. True, it's actually capitalism's fault. So it turns out capitalism did it. Questioner, I wish you the best of luck. Hope everything goes well. I used NAMI with an X. They were great. NAMI is a great resource. Because it's been long understood that having a supportive family is a huge factor in whether or not somebody gets better. And so by having a supportive family and having an educated support system, the person's outcome gets way better. Chat, we've got an update. Hey, so yesterday I submitted a question about the dentist, and today I just got done with my appointment. W. That's a W right there. After 5+ years without going to the dentist, my teeth are actually pretty good and I only have one cavity. Not bad. Not bad at all. I also need my wisdom teeth taken out because I have 3. I also had 3. I also had 3. Also, I appreciated you saying the dentists aren't worried about your hair, which I was. They're worried about your teeth, which is true, and sometimes I can get in my head about things. It's true. Sometimes when we have something that we're insecure about, you know, maybe it's our hair, maybe it's a blemish, maybe it's our weight, you know, we assume that everybody's going to be looking at it and everybody's going to be judging us for it, but in reality, people have their own thing that they're focused on. Handled my anxiety pretty well, and they even had stress balls, and I took one and it helped. Oh yeah, you gotta remember that the dentist is not fun. They handle a lot of stressed and anxious people. And so most dentists are prepared to handle it and to help you feel better. Because having somebody all up in your mouth is just not a good time. I said what I said. Do wisdom teeth even have a function? One theory about it's an evolutionary thing. The idea was that you were probably going to lose a tooth or two in your development, and so you would have a tooth that grows in later in life to help maybe replace one of the ones that you lost. But since dental care is pretty good in the modern age, we don't really lose teeth like we used to. And so you don't need those later stage teeth coming in. Usually I probably wouldn't ask for it, but I'm starting to recognize that my needs are important and it's okay to ask for them to be met. Hell yeah. That's a W. That's a W. We love to see the self-advocacy. Sorry, not much of a question, but I wanted to give an update and say thank you. Self-care is important and I'm proud I did this. As you should be. Good job. Congratulations. That's a big W. Hell yeah, brother. We're happy to see it. Thank you for the update. Glad it went well. One cavity, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. They can take care of one cavity in just a few minutes. It'll be no problem. I have no friends. Do you want some? We've got friends to spare. I'm not emotionally intimate with anyone, haven't been in a long time. I am human, so I yearn for that intimacy and closeness. Yes, in a romantic sense, but also in just a general platonic and familial sense. I have no one. And I don't think I ever will because, to put it bluntly, I don't trust anyone. Okay. All right. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on a second. Not so fast. Don't write the ending to your story when you're still in the middle of it. We might have a hard time trusting people right now, but that doesn't mean that we can't open ourselves back up to being more trusting. We don't want to lock ourselves into some sort of self-fulfilling prophecy where we doom ourselves to a life of loneliness and disconnection. We don't need that. We don't need it. So what if things went right? How would it feel to open back up? How would it feel to be able to trust people? Instead of focusing on the work, let's focus on the reward. How nice would it feel to have a friend? How satisfying would it be to be able to trust somebody? To talk to them about your day, to talk to them about what you've had on your mind or what you're going through. People are assholes and manipulative and constantly talk shit behind everyone's back. Some do. I've met some that don't. And when you do, you keep them. You hang around them. Just because unsavory people exist doesn't mean that we should not have any connections with any person. I've seen some of the terrible, awful things that humans are capable of, but I've also seen some of the wonderful, beautiful, remarkable things that we've also been able to do. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. You know, we don't need to pen ourselves in to this self-fulfilling prophecy. I've been working with some people that I thought were my friends, but lately I've seen more and more just how much drama they're all involved in, and I can't see the good in anyone anymore. I don't know how to trust people or anyone if everyone is capable of hiding so much from me for so long. Build trust slowly. Start by trusting people with stuff that doesn't really matter that much. I trust you to know my name. I trust you to know when my birthday is. I trust you to know what my favorite pizza topping is. You build it up slowly. You don't need to trust people with your PIN number. You don't need to trust people with all of your personal trauma. You don't need to trust people with all of your intimate secrets and details. Just start trusting people with small stuff. What type of music do you like? What type of food do you like? What's your favorite movie? That's still trust. You're still, by opening up to people, that's still you putting trust in them. And so you can do it with stuff that isn't so painful if that trust ends up getting violated. Practice low stakes trust. Oh? Oh! He's here. It's like, who's opening that portal in space-time? And guess who it is? It's Mr. It's the boy. Boy. Hey, Beaver. Beaver, look at the camera. Hey, Beaver, look at the camera. Beaver. Beaver. Camera. Slow blinking at me. He's slow blinking at me. I had to. Oh, he was cuddling me last night too. He was sleeping next to me. He missed me. Oh, you missed me, didn't you? Mm-hmm. Isn't that how cats gain trust? They slow blink at you? Yeah, it's how cats, because cats are predators. And if you're gonna close your eyes when a predator is looking at you, that basically is them saying, I trust you to not eat me when my eyes are closed. So when a cat looks at you and does this, that's them showing you trust. Because they're trusting that they can close their eyes in front of you. They don't have to lock on. I slow blink back at my cat. If your cat does it to you, you can do it back to your cat, and sometimes you'll have a little back and forth going on for a while. You'll slow blink at them, they slow blink at you. It's just you showing each other that you trust each other, and that's pretty cool. I don't know how to trust other people, and I don't know how to trust my own judgment. I'm glad you brought that up. Because when we have a hard time trusting other people, ultimately what that is we don't trust ourselves. I don't trust myself to know who to trust. I don't trust myself to know who I can allow close to me. I guess I didn't realize how normal it was for everyone to lie all the time and how blind I am for believing any of it. People like to fib. When we have people in our life that might be occasionally dishonest, we have to take into consideration what their motives are and how severe it is. Because we've all met people that like to, maybe they like to exaggerate a little bit. I caught a fish the other day. And it was this big. And then they're telling you the story the next time and it's now this big. The fish just keeps growing every time they tell the story. That person is being dishonest. That person is technically lying. Does this mean we need to throw them away as a friend just because they're hyping themselves up a little bit? And so it's important to keep that into consideration. Sometimes people will exaggerate. Sometimes people will fib. Sometimes people will misremember. And so we need to try to take the context into consideration. Was this person trying to be intentionally deceitful with the goal of manipulating me? Or were they just, trying to make themselves look good by saying they caught a really big fish? There's no such thing as a perfect person. And so when it comes to forming relationships, you have to remember that you will always be forming relationships with imperfect people. And so we just have to be mindful and we have to be tolerant of those imperfections. I have friends who like to brag sometimes. I have friends who like to exaggerate. But I don't view that as dishonesty. I don't view that as manipulation. Like, oh, they're just trying to make themselves look good. They're trying to, they're trying to. No, it's fine. How am I supposed to be an honest person in a world of lies? Well, you just try your best. You just try your best. Embellishment can be intentionally humorous, though. It's true. Sometimes embellishment is fun. Sometimes embellishment can make an otherwise boring story more exciting. Sometimes it's just theatrical. And life is a stage, so we can't really blame people for being theatric sometimes. Questioner, Trust in yourself to trust others. Practice placing low stakes trust in people. Just get to know people, get to know their names, learn a little bit about them, have them learn a little bit about you, and then just see where it goes. Just plant seeds and see what fruit you get. One of the nicest people I've known was a compulsive liar who knew you knew he knew type beat. Yeah. So, you need to take into consideration why people can be dishonest. Sometimes people will be dishonest just because they want you to like them. They're not doing it to hurt you. They're not doing it to mislead or deceive. They just are afraid that you're not gonna like them, and so they... You know, they do it because they're insecure. You know, I've had people in my life where it's like, you can kind of tell that they're, you know, alright, they're just kind of putting on airs. They're just putting on airs. And I think it's important to just recognize where you draw the line. What are you willing to tolerate in your relationships? Do you need your friends to be on a polygraph? Do you need them to swear on a Bible before? Do you need this to all be on the record? Do you need, you know, is this testimony? I get it, but he never lied about damaging things, just like my dad is Tony Hawk type stuff. Exactly. It's like sometimes it's just harmless, and you're just like, okay, like, whatever. But I feel like if the lying does harm, that's when it's probably for the best to have some boundaries with this person. Understanding pretense is an important factor in understanding deceit. Yep. Yep. Because people will bend the truth or they will be deceitful for a variety of different reasons. Sometimes they do it because they want a story to be more exciting. Sometimes they do it because they want to look cool or they want you to like them. Sometimes they do it because they're trying to hurt you. They're trying to manipulate you. They're trying to take advantage of you. It's important to understand what the person's motives are. You know, we're all imperfect people. Sometimes we just have to be okay with other people's imperfections. I have a coworker who is lying about starting a clothing business so he has an excuse to talk to me and I can't stand him. You should just keep asking questions for follow-up. You should just keep, like, so, how's it going? Have you put in any orders yet? What are you thinking? Are you just gonna do online sales? Are you gonna have a brick and mortar store? What's the plan? I don't want him to talk to me. Then let him know that. Then let him know. In a nice way. Or in a not so nice way if necessary. Hi. I'm trying not to overeat because I recognize I eat way too much for my liking, even if I am full. It's been a week so far of being more mindful about my eating and eating less, but still getting enough food. My family brought over a whole pizza for me last night. I have burritos and a yummy bean salad, so my fridge is pretty stocked up, with foods that I could just munch on mindlessly. Yet, I don't want to do that anymore. Do you have any tips on how to stop that desire and reframe my mind towards food? Thank you. Yeah. Alright, so first up, it's important to recognize when we're actually hungry versus when we're just bored. Because eating is a mentally rewarding behavior. Whenever you eat, your brain goes, ooh, good job, you're contributing to our survival by intaking nutrients, and it makes you feel good. And so when you start to feel that desire to eat food, check in with yourself. When was the last time I ate? How much have I had to eat today? Because maybe I am just really hungry. Maybe that's why I'm here looking for food. But if I just ate a few minutes ago, maybe I'm not actually hungry. Maybe I'm just bored. Number 2, drink more water. The brain has a hard time distinguishing. Ooh! Junam with the 6.99. Brushing your teeth is the only time you clean your skeleton. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thanks, I hate it. Thank you for the 690. Thank you. Back to what we were talking about. We're talking about drinking more water. Your body has a hard time distinguishing between hunger and thirst sometimes. Sometimes you'll get the signals for hunger and you'll eat more, but in reality, you need some water. So what I would encourage you to do is whenever you do feel hungry, just drink a little bit of water, then see how you feel. Maybe the feeling of hunger will subside. Maybe you were actually just thirsty. Say something. Thanks for the effort you make. Every time I come here to rise and learn, I feel very comfortable with it. It's like meeting a friend and arguing about stuff in a good way. So thank you so much. You're welcome. You're welcome. And it's posts like that that really make me, I think about that other guy that came in who was just trying to start shit. I'm like, brother, don't do this, brother. I could help you, brother. Don't do this. Every time somebody comes in here and they just try to start shit, or they're insistent on making an enemy out of me for some reason, because I don't like their favorite content creator or something, like, don't do this, brother. Don't throw this away. I could help you. Thank you. It's stuff like that that makes me do what I do. He's gone. Yeah, I gave him a 2-week timeout. Maybe he'll sit and think about what he's done. Maybe he'll come back and say, I'm sorry. I don't like to ban people. I like to just time people out for 2 weeks. I'm like, take 2 weeks off. Because that's my problem. My problem is I want to help everybody, but some people just don't want to be helped. Oh, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. I think helping incels is hard because we all hate and are disgusted by what incels will do. Hair in my mouth. Okay, I just want to say real quick, being an incel and being all about like the incel mindset online are two entirely different things. There are people who are incels, but they don't act like you would think an incel would act. You know what I mean? But part of the problem is that they form a community around this identity. And then they just continue to enable the behaviors that got them there in the first place, instead of breaking out of that cycle. And so I try to be empathetic for these people because these people are lonely, these people are hurting, these people are disconnected, and things could be so much better. You don't need to just hang around in a hate group all day in order to feel some sense of relevance in your life. Things can get better. I think helping incels is hard because we all hate and are disgusted by what incels will do, and I can imagine it's hard to take help from people who are disgusted by you. What you're describing is how these types of beliefs are self-reinforcing. You know, if let's say that you're a lonely person. You're a lonely person, you don't have very many friends, maybe your family sucks, but you have this space online. You have this space online and it gives you a sense of belonging, a sense of community, and you have people in that group and they're telling you, you know, actually, it's women's fault that you're miserable. You have them like feeding these awful, repugnant beliefs to you, and then they start to form communities that are centered around those beliefs, and that's the problem. And so I don't have problems with these people as individuals. I have problems with the system that allows them to congregate and that allows these issues to fester. There's a type of man who feels hopeless at finding women and doesn't hate them or blame them for it. Exactly! It's not women's fault! Also, by the way, I feel like anybody could find somebody. Anybody could find somebody. You know, it has less to do with your physical appearance, it has less to do with that, it has more to do with who you are as a person. You know, are you polite? Are you respectful? Are you kind? Are you patient? Are you compassionate? Do you think women are equals? You know, just doing that'll take you a long way. Also, taking good care of yourself, showing yourself a certain amount of self-respect, that also goes a long way. You know, if you're just greasy and unwashed and living in filth, why would anybody show respect for that? You don't want to show respect for that type of behavior because it's self-destructive, and we shouldn't enable that. I don't trust people when they say they don't have any insecurities. Right? It's like everybody has insecurities. Every single person has insecurities. It's just part of being human. But people are always out here trying to portray themselves as being better than human, and that just isn't it. With incels, I don't mean people who can't get laid / get partners. I mean those who actively hate or are creepy towards women and act weird and off-putting, and that's why they can't have partners. I feel like we need a new word. You know what I mean? I feel like we need a new word because this is something that warrants its own label. So what would be the best way to actually help someone like this? If they feel like the help is an attack, how do we open their minds to the idea that they don't have to be like this? They can grow and improve. I know, right? It's tough. The reason why so many people fall into this trap is because it's validating. And validation is really important for a person. You know, if you have somebody that you can point your finger at, if you have somebody that you can blame for your suffering, most people will take that opportunity. People have a hard time looking in the mirror and asking themselves the hard questions. You know, what changes do I need to make? What about my behavior is off-putting to people? You know, maybe I need to make some changes so that I'm not suffering so much. Be their friend and show them a good example. I feel like that has been, because this is something that we've been working on. We've been trying to do this. Every time somebody pops up in chat, it's like we try to be nice to them. We try to show them that, you know, not everybody is out to get you. Not everybody hates you. You know, people can be friendly and kind. And so I feel like one of the best ways to help rehabilitate these people is to show them what could be different and to just lead by example. You know, because they get caught. They get caught in these little, like, echo chambers online where they're just complaining about how video game characters aren't sexy anymore, and it's... But every once in a while, you run into them out in the real world and you have an opportunity to show them a different way. But ultimately, what it comes down to is you can't help anybody who is unwilling to help themselves. And so part of what you're doing is you're trying to sell them on the idea that helping themselves is in their best interest. You're trying to instill hope within them that things can get better, that you don't have to get stuck in this self-sabotaging cycle. I think it's just important to look for the people who want to help you and not just the people that will validate you and enable you. I feel like that's why a lot of people get stuck in these cycles, is because they get the validation, they feel understood, they say, I understand why you're hurting. Also need a friend to challenge you. It's true. That's part of what friends are for. Helping us to gain some outside perspective. Helping us to gain some outside perspective and helping us to stay accountable. How do you tell someone that it's unhealthy to only deal in transactional validation? By asking them questions about their satisfaction levels, asking them questions about how they trust people, asking them questions about closeness, you know. Sometimes the best way to help somebody figure something out is to ask them questions about whatever the fuck it is that they're doing so that they can understand that whatever the fuck it is that they're doing is actually hurting them instead of helping them. Or by talking to them about healthy relationships in general. like, what is a healthy relationship to you? What does a healthy relationship look like? What are some important things about having a healthy relationship? You know, you're just trying to get them to think. We can't really do much to change people's minds just by telling them what to think, pointing out where they're wrong. You have to ask them questions and get them to think on their beliefs so that they think it's their own idea. People are much more likely to change their mind if they thought it was their own idea to do it. So sometimes you gotta do a little inception. You gotta sneak it in. Your master's thesis, I talked a lot about validation. I talked a lot about the importance of validation and how it was one of the prime drivers for a person in their life. People like to know that their pain meant something. People like to feel understood. People like to feel valid in their life. And to feel as if your life is invalid, it causes a great deal of stress and turmoil. And so that was mostly what it was about, was the importance of validation. I talked to my friend who is just like that recently. What I was selling to him is to not stop comparing himself to popular guys. First of all, to not care at all, because he was trying to deal with resulting hurt by blaming. Yeah. Comparison is the theft of joy. You know, don't compare yourself to anybody else unless you're trying to be more like them so that you can be a better person. That's the best way to compare yourself to anybody else. But otherwise, you know, we're just taken away from our own joy. Like, oh, how come they have this thing but I don't have that thing? I've worked this hard and they've only worked that hard. So how come they have that thing and I don't have that thing? Life is so unfair and I'm gonna be miserable now because there's somebody out there who has something that I want. It's not you versus everybody else, it's you versus you. A healthy relationship for me is to check on each other's mentally and physically, to care for them, and to make sure that a person can count on you when things get worse. Well said. That's a great understanding of what a healthy relationship is. We're here for it. He was like, they all have families and kids, I want this too, but can't because all women bad. Like, it's important to just take a step back from the insanity of these beliefs. You're telling me that 50% of the population is just evil? Bullshit. Bullshit. That's just such a convenient excuse, and it's also just... it's just messy. You know, it's not even, like... it's kindergarten logic. It's like, It's kindergarten brain. Like, girls are stinky. Everything in my life is terrible because of girls. Multiple problems that are being conflated, separate them and work on them individually. Well said. Because what you're noticing here is that it's this like knot. It's this entangled knot of issues that this person is trying to work through, and they're trying to find one answer to detangle this entire mess. And so their answer is, well, because women. There you go. Women are why everything is terrible for me. Women are why my life is so messed up. Women are actually awesome, though. That's the thing. Whoa! Must have just gotten shouted out somewhere. I must have just gotten shouted out because we just got a bunch of new follows. Any presentation plan today? Yes! Oh, Vio shouted me out? Hell yeah. I just got a bunch of follows from it. Hell yeah. You know, losing friends down the incel pipeline, it sucks. I had a friend from college, and we kind of fell out of touch, and we didn't really talk for a while, and then we reconnected like a few years later, and he was like starting to go down that pathway, and I told him, I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? You're making like incel talking points right now. I definitely could have handled it in a better way, but I was just kind of frustrated with him because I thought he knew better. You know what I mean? Like, I thought he knew better. I thought that he was smarter than that, but it just sucks. It just sucks that the way that the internet is for like lonely single men, that it just takes them down this pipeline where they just continually get shittier and shittier. It really sucks. The grift is crazy. Just like this cat is crazy. Biscus, thank you for that gifted sub. This cat has taken over my desk and he's pushing my keyboard off. Just look at the sheer mass. His winter coat's coming in and he's very fluffy. He's completely pushed my keyboard off my desk. He's just made himself at home. You turn slightly. Here you go. Walla Walla asked if we had a presentation. We do. We're gonna get to it here in just a sec. We got this one last question in the box. Our presentation today is on religious trauma. So fluffy. All right, Beaver, we got work to do. I need you to put that fuzzy belly away. It's too distracting. All right, we've got a question in the box. Let's take a look. We were talking about Darvo earlier. It's a manipulation tactic. Deny, attack, reversed victim and offender. My mother has always used Darvo on me and everyone in her life. Never really understood she was being deceitful, especially not to her own family. Isn't family supposed to be able to trust each other? Theoretically, yes. Theoretically, yes. But unfortunately, what you'll come to find is that a lot of people will take advantage of the family bond to just continue to mistreat people. Like, well, you can't say no to me, I'm family. You can't leave me, I'm family, so I get to treat you however I want forever. In my opinion, family is a feeling. It's about having a deep level of trust and understanding with someone. And that might not always be with the people that you're related to. Sometimes the people that you're related to suck. Sometimes they're just not that great of people. Sometimes they don't have our best interests at heart. Sometimes they hurt us and deceive us. You'll find people in your life that feel like family. You know, close friends, long-term relationships. You know, you'll have that feeling, and it'll feel like family. But you might not always get that from the people you're related to. Family is all about fast muscle cars, international espionage, and heists. And I don't know what else the Fast and the Furious movies are about. A fun exercise to find the feeling of family. It's like eating a warm bowl of chicken noodle soup on a cold winter day. That's what family feels like to me. It's like, ooh, I didn't know I needed that. Right there in the soul. Nice. Part comfort, it's part safety, it's also part not having that feeling like you have to explain yourself. Like, I can just exist. I don't have to, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have to try so hard to be me. Alright, let's take a look at the question. That short background is all I've got for you today. I feel very defeated currently. We're currently 100% non-verbal. Which step of Darvo is the silent treatment? Well, the silent treatment isn't necessarily a part of Darvo, but it is a way of being manipulative. How do I deal with it? Is waiting out the silent treatment good? It's always me who has to reconnect. It feels like I'm not just rebooting my mom, but actually resetting her OS back to before the argument. Is there some other way I can approach this? Or do I just do what I'm good at and mend the relationship ASAP? She will completely deny we had a problem or any of the methods used to fix it. Thanks. If you wanted to mend it, if you wanted to be the bigger person, go for it. Because sometimes in life, we need to recognize that the people around us are not the most emotionally mature. Sometimes it's a family member, sometimes it's a friend, sometimes it's your partner. You need to recognize, oh, this person has issues. This person can't handle their emotions properly. They can't handle a conflict. They are immature. And so it's up to you if you want to be the bigger person who will mend it for the sake of things being mended. But that's up to you to do. You can do that if you want to. You could also not do it if you don't want to. If you're just tired of dealing with it and you want to take a break, you are valid in doing that. Don't feel like you're doing anything wrong if you want to give yourself some space, because dealing with manipulative people is exhausting. But sometimes it's necessary, because people are manipulative not because they're evil, but because they're insecure. I mean, some of them are evil, don't get me wrong. Some of them are pretty evil, but most of them are just insecure, and they manipulate as a way of trying to maintain control. And so if you want to do it, so that things can be more peaceful and it feels less awkward, then do it for that. Don't do it because, you know, if you're gonna do it, just make sure you're doing it for the right reasons. Everyone in life manipulates. It's true, we're all a bunch of manipulators. Sometimes you do a nice thing for somebody and then you make them like you more and I got him right where I want him. I did a nice thing for them and now they like me. I'm so manipulative. Technically that is manipulation because something has been manipulated. Something has been interacted with. Something has been changed. Something has been tuned. So, questioner, I would just say it's up to you. You know, if having a relationship with your mom is important, even though she can be, you know, manipulative or deceitful, just keep that in consideration. You get to choose where that boundary is. You get to choose how close you are to her. You know, sometimes in life, you will have people that you want them to be in your life because they're, you know, a family member or they're a longtime friend. They're somebody who has, you know, you have history together, and so you want to keep them around. You don't have to keep them right next to you. You don't have to keep them very close. You can give them some distance, you know. Maybe you don't see them as much. Maybe you don't talk to them as much. Maybe you don't confide in them the most private and intimate details of your life. It sounds like your mom doesn't need to be rebooted. It sounds like she needs an update. You know, potentially there is an opportunity here. You could talk to your mom about these behaviors. Maybe she would be open to listening. I feel like we're over the silent treatment. All right, we've got a heavy-duty presentation today. We've got a heavy-duty presentation today. I hope you're ready for it. I'm ready. I hate how it feels like I'm manipulating her when I fix a situation and the problem doesn't get addressed. Yeah, and I feel like it's frustrating because you're not really accomplishing anything. You're just putting a band-aid on it. You know, like there's no actual healing done. We're just allowing ourselves to forget temporarily. Why do people take the silent treatment? I don't understand it. It's sometimes what people will do is they will shut other people out. It's kind of like throwing a temper tantrum. It's kind of just like, I'm going to sit here and wait until they come apologize. And until they come apologize to me, I want nothing to do with them. So ultimately, it's kind of just immature. It's kind of just childish, you know? It's kind of just childish. Childish behavior. It's been a while since I've been on the student side of things. I'm ready for this presentation. Don't we love learning? Beaver, are you gonna be awake for this presentation? Are you gonna wake up? Are you gonna take notes? You're just asleep. You're gonna sleep through it? frustration that I have to be okay with at the end of the day. She's definitely not evil, it's just all deep insecurities that I can work around. And I feel like having that understanding, it'll make it more tolerable. You know, your perspective on things can really change when you understand that your parents are insecure, that your parents are wounded, that your parents are dealing with their own trauma, and they just don't know how to handle it, rather than just like, wow, my parents are evil, you know? I feel like truly evil people are very rare. They're very rare. Most people are just wounded. Most people are just insecure. For me, it's like I have to keep guessing what the other person wants. Yeah, and that's not fair either. It's like if you have something that you want, if you have something that you need, you should communicate it. Or should we communicate then? Ads are very disturbing. We're getting disturbing ads on the channel. I kind of was wondering if the silent treatment is good for her. The silent treatment is falling into old, like, okay. Whenever we get really stressed, we tend to fall back on our oldest habits. And that's why when you see people who are very stressed or they're in conflict, they will very quickly start acting like children. And so the silent treatment is probably something that she's been doing for a long time, and it makes them feel comfortable to do it because it's old reliable. It's worked all the other times, I'll just keep doing it. I'll just shut people out and wait for them to come apologize to me so that things can get better. And talk about it. Whenever you do start talking again, talk about it. So like, well, it felt like you were kind of locking me out there. You kind of were stonewalling me with that silent treatment. What was that all about? Alrighty, everybody. I'm ready for this one. Let's get into it. Today we're going to talk about religious trauma. This is a topic that was requested. If you're unfamiliar, we take topic requests, and this is one. So here we go. Today we're going to be talking about religious trauma. Let's get into it. So first things first, what is religious trauma? Religious trauma is the psychological and emotional harm that can arise from living in a rigid, fear-based, or controlling religious environment. Anybody? Anybody? Show of hands? Anybody been there? We've gotten quite a few submissions in the question box about it. So this is something we've talked about quite a bit, and it probably happens more often than any of us like to think about. There are billions of people that are very religious. Not that religion is bad, because we're not trying to be anti-religion, we're anti-fear, we're anti-authoritarianism. Types of teachings and structures that are used within the religion are what lead to this type of trauma. If they are using guilt or shame or fear of punishment, like, oh, you're gonna burn in hell forever, they use these things to control behavior and belief. My aunt's dentistry was literally Christian themed, played religious music 24/7, and it made the dentist experience so much worse. Is this the same aunt that numbed the wrong side of your face twice? Many people experience a deep inner conflict when their beliefs clash with their personal growth, or with their values, or with their identity. Because maybe the things that they're learning, maybe the things that are being taught to them, just aren't really quite stacking up with their experiences out in the world. So today we're going to be talking about religious trauma. This presentation isn't meant to be anti-religion. What we're trying to do is understand when faith is used in ways that harm rather than heal. Because I'm not anti-faith. I'm not anti-faith. I think faith is fun. I think believing in something is satisfying. And so it's not that we're anti-faith. We are anti-harm. We are anti-guilt and shame and punishment. So I feel like most people have either experienced this or they know somebody that has experienced some sort of religious trauma. Is there anyone here who has never met anyone or has never experienced any sort of religious trauma ever? Have you been able to just avoid it your entire life? Because I don't know about you, but I know several people. I know some former Mormons. I know some people who have grown up in some pretty restrictive, fundamentalist, I've known some people who've had to break out of some teachings and some thought patterns. I think I was a baby in my mom's belly while she was experiencing it. So she was able to get you out. Honestly, I dodged it despite being in the Bible Belt and raised in Christianity. But you definitely saw people that were dealing with it. I know some Jehovah's Witnesses that left. Their parents disowned them. Some of it is, and we're going to talk about this, because the consequences for going against the faith can be very severe. Not only do you lose your ticket to the afterlife, your ticket to a shiny home in the clouds, you are signing up for an eternity of damnation, of fire and brimstone, and also everyone that you know is never going to talk to you again. Do I need to explain to you how that's fucked up, or does it just make sense? Let's continue. Let's get down to the roots. Let's get down to the roots of religious trauma. At the core of religious trauma, there exists the struggle between autonomy and authority. Autonomy being I can make decisions for myself. I can live my life how I want to. And authority being I'm going to tell you what you need to do to live your life, and if you do anything that goes against it, you're going to be in trouble. I remember being at church camp at 12 as a 12 years old I can't read. I remember being at church camp as a 12-year-old, and I was told by the adult youth pastor that I couldn't live like Jesus because I looked too good. Yes, hello, FBI. Mm-hmm. I was always told I had a choice, never forced into a church, etc. And that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. The problem is when people are forced into it, because then they feel like they can't leave. And then the forcing is the problem. There's a lot of internal conflict that goes into religious trauma. Because on one side, you have your own personal truths, you have your own beliefs. Maybe my beliefs are that, everybody deserves to be treated equally. And then you have these imposed beliefs that are being forced upon you. Actually, some people are bad and they're sinners and they're gonna burn forever. And so there's a lot of interpersonal conflict between what you actually feel on the inside and what's being taught to you. Oftentimes, indoctrination begins early. Get them while they're young, they say. Get them while they're young. And so they're indoctrinated and they're often conditioned to equate obedience with goodness. If I do what I'm told, I'm a good little boy. If I do what I'm told, God loves me. Whereas, and then on the flip side, if you have any doubts, if you ask any questions, if you say no, if you question your elders, well, that's sin, actually. So you're a sinner, by the way. Also, don't ask any questions. But in reality, it's good to have doubt, because doubt is how you approach a more real version of what is true. Any faith worth having should be able to stand up to scrutiny. It should be able to stand up to being questioned. Those are the only forms of faith worth having. But a lot of people are taught early on that to question or to doubt is one of the worst things you can do. If it sounds like brainwashing, that's because it is. There's a lot of fear-based teachings going on as well. The idea of eternal punishment. I don't know about you, but that's pretty messed up. Just the whole idea. The whole idea like, well, there is a God, and if you upset him, you will burn forever. And I mean forever, forever. Or they'll also teach you about there are certain people who are worthy and there are people who are unworthy. Or maybe you are unworthy and you need to do everything that you can to be more worthy. These types of fear-based teachings imprint a very deep anxiety onto people. They're always going to be worried, like, where's my standing in the eyes of God? Have I sinned too much? Am I okay? Do I have some extra wiggle room here? Can I cheat on my taxes and then, he's not going to notice? A lot of these religious authorities are absolute. You're not allowed to question, you're not allowed to leave. And there's often intense guilt and fear associated with even thinking about doing such a thing. As somebody mentioned in here earlier, there were people, they left the church. I've known people. One of them was in my graduate program. She was a former Jehovah's Witness, and she would talk about how she got disowned for leaving the church. And so it's not so easy to just walk away. Sometimes it costs you everything. The price of freedom is often very high. Original sin is the most damaging idea. Joshua, for long sleeve from Costco, do you want an L or XL? It's a button up. Like this one? Or like the other one I have? I think I got an XL. Like a flannel. Yeah, go with the XL. Thank you, Casey. I love you. Thank you for thinking about me at the Costco. If it's a flannel like the other one I got was an extra large and it fits fine. So can I ask psychology questions here? I'm your guy. We're on a topic right now though, so you can either drop it in the question box and we'll get to it later, or you can just hang on to it for a minute. Or if it has to do with the topic at hand, you can go ahead and fire it away now. I don't mind people asking questions during the presentation so long as it's kind of on topic. I should have told her to give me a hot dog. What was I thinking? I should have told her to give me a hot dog. You want some plaid pajama pants that are very lightly fleece lined, like not a heavy fleece, $20 for 2 pairs? That's a deal. I'm in. That sounds good. That sounds like a deal. I'm in. XL on the pants. Yeah, why not? I'll have some wiggle room. If they're too big, I'll just exchange them. The Costco exchange policy is great. I would argue that original sin isn't a guilt trip. It's an explanation for why perfection is impossible. It says you're flawed, yes, but so is everyone. That's the human condition. You know, on paper it makes sense, but what I've seen a lot of is the idea of original sin used as a way of oppressing women. Like, I don't ever even see the idea of original sin being applied to men at all. I only ever see it used to oppress women. Anyway, enough about Costco. I hope I get a hot dog. I'm hungry. Maybe a chicken bake. That would also be good. Currently trying to figure out how people work. What is your version of laws of human nature? I'll keep it simple. Expect the unexpected. Just when you think you have people all figured out, they'll go and do something that surprises you. All right. Let's dive a little deeper on this. Let's talk about how religious trauma can manifest in a person's life. For many, even the idea of questioning their upbringing can feel like a moral violation or a betrayal. So this type of trauma can manifest in many different ways. Let's explore some. It can express itself in your emotions. A person might be left feeling chronic guilt or shame. They might be fearful of a divine punishment. Or they might be left with these feelings of inadequacy or unworthiness. It also has cognitive implications. It can affect the way that you think. It can affect the way you feel. It can also affect the way that your brain processes its thoughts. It can lead you into this black and white thinking. You know, either I'm a good person or I'm a bad person. I'm either going to go to heaven or I'm going to go to hell. It can also lead into having intrusive thoughts about morality. And I'll give you an example. Whenever the idea of something is forbidden, what does that do? Does that make it any less likely that you're going to think about that thing just because it's forbidden? No. It can also lead to a difficulty making decisions without external approval, because a lot of these institutions are very authoritarian. And so you don't do anything unless you're told to do it, or unless you're told that it's okay to do. Like, oh, I don't know, I should ask my pastor first. Oh, I don't know if I should be drinking coffee. Oh, I don't know if I should be staying up past my bedtime. Oh, that's a PG-13 movie? Oh, I don't know, I better run it by the man upstairs first. There are also social impacts. Having to break free from a religious institution can result in a loss of your community. It can also lead to rejection by your family, and it can make it difficult to form your identity outside of the group. Because a lot of what is done in religious institutions is they tell you, this is who you should be. This is what a person like you should be. And so it makes it hard to form that identity of who you actually are, because you've been grown up being taught this is who you should be, this is what you should think, this is how you should act. Aren't religious beliefs just a way to optimize decision making? It takes the thought out of the equation, doesn't it? It's like, shh, just shut up and listen. just shut up and listen. Don't think too hard about it. Do what you're told. Religious trauma can also manifest itself physically. You've got those physical symptoms of anxiety, you've got those panic attacks. You might have nightmares, you might have sleep disturbances, and it can also just leave you in a state of stress-related fatigue. So, you can see just how impactful religious trauma can be to somebody. And part of the reason why I wanted us to review all of this is because if you know somebody who has had to, break out of a religious institution, it's important to understand just how much they might be going through, because it really is very difficult to do. They make it difficult to do. They don't make it easy to leave. Most of them are taught that leaving or questioning is the worst possible thing that you can do. And that's scary. It was sad when I had to move out of my small town for a bigger town in the same state because I really loved the community at that church. Then we moved and I went to a bigger church that rejected me, questioning everything. it's important to recognize that, you know, churches can be a place of community. Churches can do a lot of good. You know, your home needs some work on it. Well, you know, maybe somebody from the church can come out and help. Or you're struggling to pay your light bill. Or you're hungry and you don't have food, you know. Churches can be great and very supportive. And the problem is that people will take that institution and they will use it to be authoritarian. They will use that to dictate and control. And it's just very predatory. I remember a guy from my school who was from a religious family. They were from a rare religious following for Russia, the Catholic Church. Oh yeah, you don't see a lot of Catholics out in Russia. A lot of them are like Russian Orthodox, yeah. He was very weird, didn't fit. He gave a vibe of having some agenda all the time, like someone's watching him living. That's Catholicism for you. Catholic guilt is a real thing. Just as one example, Catholic churches especially will really lean heavy on the idea of guilt. Not only are you born a sinner, but you should feel bad about it, actually. And so there's a lot of guilt that gets peppered in. Just even going to the churches. It's like there's bloody statues of Jesus all over the place. It's always just the most, like, violent depictions of like crucifixion and stuff. It's like they really want to lean in on like, you should feel bad, you should feel guilty. I was raised in extremely fundamentalist churches and schools, as in we were so devout we went to another country as missionaries for 7 years. That's a long mission. Oh wow, 7 years? I grew up as a trans teen in such an information-restricted, culty environment that I was totally unaware that other trans people existed or that medical options for transition existed. Now you're free. Just imagine all that you've overcome, and imagine how inspiring your story will be to other people who might be going through something similar. Somebody's watching me living? Yep, and it's Jesus, and he's also disappointed in you. That's the TLDR of Catholicism. God is watching, and he's pissed. So do better. Counting your strokes. It's true. Even if you lock the bathroom door, he's still watching. You thought you were alone in there with that dirty magazine. You gotta leave room for Jesus. Alright. Let's get into the cultural layer. Because sometimes the idea actually goes beyond just us as individuals. There are in fact many societies that reinforce religious conformity. If you do not believe, you do not belong. And I'm not gonna target any specific religion with this one, because this type of culture exists across the board. I don't care what your faith is. You're gonna find people who treat it this way. Do religious people even believe that women can have an orgasm? Probably not. Probably not. It's just another way that they continue to oppress. They won't even let you have fun. It's often very hard for people to leave a faith tradition because it feels like they're betraying their family. It feels like they're betraying their culture or their entire sense of self. And then within those cultures, the people who leave often are labeled as lost, rebellious, they are fallen, which in turn just compounds the pain. This creates what some call double trauma, meaning you lose both your faith and your community at the same time. You know, I had this idea of what the world was like and what I was here for and what my purpose was, and I also had the people in the group that I belonged to, and so to leave would be to lose all of that. Does it cancel out? That would be nice. You know, sometimes a clean break is the best, you know, so that you can find a community that's actually supportive. I've had people write into me and tell me that they were afraid for their life. They were afraid for their life if they were to leave. They've had people in their family tell them, like, you better not leave. It'll be the last thing you ever do. And so there exists a cultural pressure, and it makes recovery more difficult to do because the individuals that leave, not only do they have to rebuild their identity, but they also have to reestablish their place within society. Have you heard of the documentary Jesus Camp? Ever heard of a documentary called Jesus Camp? It's a story about a Midwestern church that, anyway, one of my best friends went to that camp. There's also the shame of having done a lot of things while brainwashed that now looking back I can clearly see were very wrong. Yeah, but you're learning from it, and you're growing, and you're not doing it anymore. So, you know, it makes sense that there would be a feeling of shame or guilt because we did something that we don't approve of. But what's more important is that you've learned from it so that you can break the pattern and you can do differently. And so the shame is there to help you learn, but we don't need to carry it with us forever. All right, let's talk about breaking free. Let's talk about deconstruction and recovery. It's a lot to unpack. Exactly. That's what we're going to talk about now. I feel like I can't do certain jobs because someone might dredge up some awful quote from my cult past. In time, I hope that you will be able to look back at those things, and instead of those memories being shameful, you can look back and be proud at how far you've come. You can look back and be, you know, like, look how far I've come. I used to believe all this crazy stuff, but look at me now. And so if you're going to look back to the things that you used to do, don't punish yourself today as if you are still that person. Look back at those things and say, wow, look how far I've come. Maybe I still have a ways to go, but I've made progress. So let's talk about deconstruction and recovery. When we talk about deconstruction, we're talking about the process of critically examining one's beliefs. This is often what leads people into feeling like they can break out or break free. This often happens after realizing that parts of their faith have been causing them harm. It's not about abandoning belief altogether. Deconstruction is about reclaiming ownership of one's own values and worldview. So it's not like I go from believing this thing to just believing nothing. It's coming more closely in line to what your beliefs actually are. This process, understandably, can be both painful and liberating. You're letting go of this fear-based doctrine while simultaneously finding deeper meaning and authenticity in life. There's a lot of grief involved. Grief for that lost certainty, grief for the loss of community, grief for the loss of your identity. And although this process is painful, what it provides you is freedom. That freedom is what allows for you to truly grow and to become more self-actualized. Meaning you come into yourself. You are more of who you are meant to be. But is the freedom worth the price? Freedom isn't free. It costs folks like you and me. All I know is that all I want to be is a little more free. Is the freedom worth the price? That depends. That depends. That's a good question. And I feel like it's up to the individual on whether or not they want to pay that price. Because as we've talked about, sometimes leaving a religious institution means leaving everything. Sometimes it means getting disinherited. Sometimes it means losing your family. Sometimes it means losing your entire support system. Sometimes it means losing your house. And so it's a difficult decision to make. But I think what's important is feeling that freedom within you. Maybe I still go through the motions. Maybe I keep the peace, so that I can continue to have a relationship with my family. But maybe on the inside, I'm a rebel. On the inside, I know what's up. All of this is just show. This is just charade. In here, I am more self-actualized. In a world where everyone is so lonely, is it a good idea to isolate yourself from a community? So long as that community is actually genuine, That's what I'm saying. Is like, it's your choice to make. I understand why people would want to walk away and break free, but I also understand why some people would have a hard time doing that. It's not easy to just ask somebody to let go of everything. There's a lot of cases where nothing is better than something, such as the results of your cancer screening. I would say that nothing on the results would be better than something on the results. Or another good example, being in an abusive relationship versus not being in a relationship. Even while I was still fully believing in the cult, I also knew for certain what my gender was and kept that in the closet for 15 years. And you feel more free today. It sounds like you've come a long way. Ultimately, it comes down to the person on what they want to do. If you want to walk away or if you want to stay. If you're going to walk away, it's important to recognize that that's going to be challenging and painful, but it could also offer you some opportunities for freedom. If you choose to stay, it's important to do what you can to make sure that that works. You know, maybe you just go through the song and dance. Maybe you do all that to keep the peace, but on the inside, things are different. Living in a country that doesn't wage capitalist/imperialist wars, a man can dream. A man can dream. All right. Let's talk about some of the pathways to healing. These types of religious institutions, this type of religious trauma, it can do a lot of damage to a person, as we've talked about. And when it comes to healing, that process begins by recognizing that your worth is not conditional on your belief or on your obedience. It's important that you recognize that you have value, regardless of what other people tell you that your value is. Some therapeutic approaches that are used, because a lot of people do go to therapy for religious trauma because, as we've talked about, religious trauma, that can be in there deep. That can get in there really deep. This can, for many people, this is stuff that you have been indoctrinated in since you were a child, and it can take a lot of effort to deprogram. And so we understand that this type of upbringing is traumatic. And so when a person goes to therapy, we want to see them in therapy that is trauma informed so that you can process those feelings of fear and shame without being judged. We also want to do some cognitive work. We want to work on our cognitive reframing so that we can start challenging our distorted senses of guilt and self-blame. I'll give you, if you don't mind, I'll use a chatter as an example. We had a chatter who mentioned that, they've broken free of these cultish beliefs, but they still look back on what they used to believe or what they had done with a feeling of like guilt, shame. And so an example of reframing that would be what we did. And we talk about how instead of looking back and being like, damn, how could I have done that? You look back on it and you say, wow, look at how far I've come. Look at how much better things are for me now. Aren't I glad I woke up? Aren't I glad I put in that effort? Aren't I glad I changed? And so that's just one example of some of the reframing that needs to be done to start challenging those distortions in thinking. Because when it comes to religious trauma, they really do lay on the guilt very thick, don't they? Ooh, don't they? Don't they just love guilt and shame? Don't authoritarian religions just love guilt and shame? Isn't it? Where my Southern Baptists at? Where my Catholics at? Where are my fundamentalists? At one point, the therapist told me, yes, what happened to you was monstrous, but there's nothing wrong with you now. Just go forth and be better than those people. You know, the way that I like to look at it is, isn't it wonderful that in spite of all of these challenges, we've been able to do so much? Isn't it so awesome that in spite of, you know, the shitty hand that we were dealt, we've been able to come as far as we have? The guilt still follows me. Do you want to let it go? Are you done with it? If you're done with it, you don't need it anymore. Put it in the bin, as the British would say. Stick it in the bin. Go ahead and put it in the bin. I'm proud of myself for seeking my truth and working to make the world a better place. Hell yeah. That's a great shift. You recognize that, hey, I was just an impressionable child. Impressionable children fall for brainwashing, but now I'm an actualized adult, and I can make my own choices, and I can think critically, and I can explore my beliefs, and I don't have to just do what people tell me to do. That's pretty cool. The cards were stacked against you, and you came out, and now you're free. How do you get over certain experiences? Depends on what the experience is. Sometimes a new perspective on the experience can help us to change our thoughts about it. Sometimes we just need to come to terms with it. Sometimes we just need to come to peace with it and recognize that it is what it is. There's nothing I can do to change it. All that I can do is, worry about what's right in front of me. Sometimes it takes time, sometimes it takes perspective, sometimes it takes support. It's also really important for a person who steps away from a religious institution to find a new community. Because oftentimes leaving a religious institution means leaving all your friends behind. And so it's important that we find groups, or friends, or spiritual spaces that can honor our personal autonomy and compassion. It's important to note that I'm not anti-spirituality, I'm not anti-faith. It doesn't really matter whether you find, whether you rediscover spirituality on your own terms, or if you find peace within a secular context. Both are valid, both are healing. Arts therapy and inner child work were huge for me. Inner child work is a big one. Because a lot of this type of stuff gets, a lot of these teachings get laid onto you when you're a child, and so you have to look back and show empathy for that kid who was just a silly little baby. He didn't know any better. I don't know if a person should forgive himself for mistakes rather than admit them and learn from them. Forgiving them might lead to repeating them. No. Not necessarily, because to forgive yourself doesn't mean that you didn't learn the lesson. Hold on, I need to let this dog out because he's grumbling at the door. He's ready to go. Also, when it comes to self-forgiveness, I feel like it's important to recognize that you might not be that person anymore. The person that did that thing, that might not be you. That might not be who you are. And so sometimes we carry those things with us and we blame ourselves and criticize ourselves and judge ourselves for something that we did when we might not be that person anymore. We might be somebody totally different. practice with myself in a mirror. What do you think about that? I feel like utilizing a mirror can actually be a really powerful exploration of the self. It might surprise you to hear that a lot of people are uncomfortable looking at themselves in the mirror or looking at themselves in the eye, you know? I can understand where it might sound weird, but there's a certain benefit to the practice. For example, one thing you can do with the mirror is look at yourself in the mirror and just kind of let your eyes just kind of unfocus. Just let yourself kind of forget that you're staring at yourself until it just feels like you're looking at a person. This can help you to recognize what you look like and how you're perceived by others. Doing this helped me to recognize that I have a resting bitch face. Did I get a hot dog? Casey's not back yet. Casey's not back yet. Are we horsing around? Are we horsing around? Is that what that was? Felonious, thank you for horsing around. Looking in the eyes and asking yourself your fears works for me. See, now you're talking. That's the kind of shit I do, because I'm intense. I'm intense like that. Like, I like to manage my anxiety by looking inwards and just asking myself, so, what are you afraid of? And then just going through them one by one. Like, all right, we'll see what's left when I'm done. I dissociated looking at myself in the mirror the other week, and I saw myself as one of my primitive ancestors. Kinda cool, huh? That's a common thing that people will report in doing that type of experiment. When people, like, okay, so you can go into a bathroom and you can have a dim light and you can look at yourself in the mirror. The image will start to become distorted. Some people will report that they were like a twisted caricature of themselves. Some people see their parents. Some people see like some vague ancestor. Kind of cool. And then Lennon popped out. Based. I had not yet ascended to the level of trance where I can look at the mirror without cringing. Well, now at least you know what you need to work through. Now you know what you need to work on. If there's something that you're too uncomfortable to do, that's often a good direction for growth. I meditated really hard one time and had a weird spiritual breakthrough where I was certain we are all part of the same collective consciousness when we die. Congratulations, Felonious, you have just discovered Hinduism. You have also discovered Taoism. You have also discovered Buddhism. There's a lot of overlap. But congratulations, welcome to the club. You have discovered a belief that billions of people have also believed over the span of thousands of years. Kinda cool, huh? Alright, let's wrap this up. Religious trauma. It's not about faith versus atheism. It's about freedom versus fear. You know, breaking free of a religious institution doesn't mean that you have to turn yourself off against those ideas forever. A lot of people do, and I understand why they do, and that's fine. As long as you're able to find peace and happiness, that's fine. It's about recognizing that the institution that I was in was controlling me and manipulating me. It was taking advantage of my human fears. An important part of healing means learning that love and morality can exist without coercion or threat. Because that's how a lot of these institutions operate. There is a coercion, or there are outright threats that prevent you from leaving. I believe the internet is worse for your mental health than cults. Well, that's what we're trying to believe me, brother, I know. That's why we're trying to do some good here. We are here talking to strangers that we will never meet and who will never care about you. I've met people here. I have, actually. I met one of them just the other day. Also, we hang out in Discord, so it's kind of fun. We're gonna watch a movie tonight. I ran into Leftward Ho at a picnic. They came up to me and said, I don't know if I should hug you or punch you. Thankfully, they went with hug. I thanked them for, resisting the urge for violence. There are a lot of unhealthy spaces on the internet, and the internet is really set up in a way that fucks up people's brains, so I get that. I'm well aware. And that's why we're trying to do what we can to help it be better. That's yikes. Can you elaborate what you mean by that? Because right now you're coming across as a bit judgmental, considering that you're also just an internet person, so maybe you want to elaborate a little? Or maybe you want to not be a dick? I'm giving you some benefit here because you were asking good questions. Some of my oldest friends are ones that I met when I was a teenager playing games on the internet, and we still talk today, so I've known them for over 20 years at this point. It's not yikes. It's just one of the benefits of the internet. You get to meet people that you might not otherwise ever meet. And I don't think it should be a condition of friendship that you have to be able to smell the person that you're friends with. I met my best friend IRL and he turned out to be a monster after 25 years. Goddamn. Whether someone chooses to remain in their faith, or to redefine it, or to leave it entirely, the goal is still the same. We're all seeking a sense of wholeness, and we're seeking self-trust. Would you disagree that physical contact is important for our social health? They only mentioned one of their friends, and you took that and you made the assumption that that was their only friend, and that was your error. Your error was assuming that this is this person's only friend. All they said was that my best friend I've known online for 25 years. That's all they said. But you took that and you made assumptions which were unfair and judgmental, and they kind of make you look like an asshole, if I'm just being perfectly honest. Would you agree that, not jumping to assumptions is also healthy for social interaction? All right, I'm trying to wrap up this presentation, so quit distracting me. Compassion for yourself and for others is the foundation of recovery. And we'll end it with a discussion note. How do we honor the positive aspects of faith while acknowledging the harm that it can cause when misused? Oh yeah, I got a fidget spinner at TwitchCon. They were handing these out. It's from the Wounded Warrior Project. It's from the Wounded Warrior Project. They were handing out fidget spinners. I greased the bearings on mine, so now it really goes. Hold on, Beaver's freaking out. Oh! I said, what the fuck is that? Are you gonna spin it? Spin it. Spin it, Beaver. There you go. Good job. Good kitty. Come on, Beaver. Spin it. Spin it. He gets it. Beaver. You're a pro. He's fascinated by it. He's got this look on his face. Oh, don't eat it though. Don't eat it. Spin it. There you go. Spin it. See? Wow, Beaver, you're a genius. Don't eat it though. Don't eat it though. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. Don't eat it, Beaver. Oh, he loved it. Chat, if you're interested in a copy of these slides, are we still talking about the cat? Yes. If you're interested in a copy of these slides, you can type !slides in the chat. Maybe you or someone you know might get a kick out of them. Sorry that it came off as judgmental. I appreciate the apology. I appreciate you owning that. You know, it did just kind of come off the wrong way. You know, we're trying not to be judgmental. We're trying to be understanding. And I think, you know, if you want to know if people are having, you know, good physical contact with people, There are other ways to explore that without, you know. Anyway, good talk. We're all just out here trying our best, learning and growing every day. For movie night tonight, we're gonna watch Tremors. We've been watching some scary movies for Halloween month, and tonight we will be watching Tremors. That'll be in about 3 hours, about 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Tremors is about a community coming together. Exactly. There's layers to it. There's layers to it. What do you call the brain domain's will? Leave it to Beaver. I get it. I leave it all to my son. My big orange boy. Alright, Beaver, now we need to get you a Beyblade. You know what's funny is he's watching the clip of himself. He's like, who's that? Chat, do you have any last thoughts? Let's see, movie night tonight in about 3 hours. If you're not in the Discord, come check that out. Exclamation Discord. Out of curiosity, do you have a take on spirituality / the afterlife? You know, I lean more towards the idea of, you know, reincarnation. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Whenever you die, you go back into whatever source it all stems from, and then it just gets repurposed. It gets recycled. That's the way I like to look at it. Because even if you think about it less from a spiritual perspective and you look at it just from like a materialistic perspective, the atoms in your body, the molecules in your body will break down and they will be repurposed and they will rejoin the life cycle. Molecules, once they enter the life cycle, they don't readily leave the life cycle. Once matter becomes organic, it tends to continue to persist as an organic being. Technically, every 8 years, you're a whole new person physically. Oh yeah, I've ship of Theseus myself. What if the metal from your body becomes a gun? Well, that would be badass, is what that would be. That would be totally fucking rad. But in time, it will break down and decay, and it will get repurposed. It'll just rejoin the system. Just let's think about these things, but let's take off our scientist hats for a minute. Let's take off our scientist caps. Let's take off our lab coats for a sec. And just think about what you've felt. Have you ever had a moment where you felt like, I know this person from somewhere? This is the first time I've ever met them, but I feel like I've met them before. Could have been in a past life. Maybe it was in some sort of alternate dimension. And so as much as science likes to explain this type of phenomenon as a glitch or an error, I don't know. Like, even those explanations are kind of unsatisfactory because those are still just hypotheses. Those are still just other alternative explanations for what's actually going on. And so for me, I try to just, I believe nothing. I believe what I experience. That's all that I can really, I go with what I feel. I feel like we rush to define things. We like to put things into words and into structures that we can understand. But I also feel like our efforts to define things also confine things. By setting things to words, you are also setting limits to those things. There's an Alan Watts quote. Our ordinary, everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. Ooh, Costco food hall. Let's go, Beaver. We're eating like kings. Yeah, we're almost done. Oh, I'll be glad to help you carry in all this stuff. Beaver, are you? Beaver, we're eating like kings. Here, Beaver. Yum, 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 yum. You want some of my turkey? Our ordinary, everyday consciousness that we have leaves out more than it takes in. There are things that exist outside of our realm of perception. We are limited to what our own nervous system tells us, and then it paints a picture and it tells us what is real. But there are things that exist outside of our perception. Gamma waves, X-rays, ultraviolet light. There are things that exist in this world that we are incapable of perceiving because we are not wired to perceive it. And so to assume that we have all the answers, or to assume that we know what will happen to you after you die, or to assume that we have any understanding whatsoever as to what all of this is really all about. We're making those assumptions with some pretty large gaps in our knowledge. And so what are we left with? Well, we go on vibes. We take a vibes-based approach. Even entities we're not aware of? Possibly. Possibly. We didn't even realize that germs were a thing until like 200 years ago. There was this whole universe of microscopic organisms all around us, and we just had no idea that they were even there. And we lived that way for thousands of years. And so the only thing that I know is that I know nothing. And I'm open to all sorts of different explanations as far as what this is all for and why all of this is. And I just tend to gravitate towards the ones that feel the best. The ones that make the most sense. Hello chat, are you behaving? I see you've replaced me. No, we had to deputize Goobins because Call no-showed. And so this is a strike on your record. This is going on your file. Hello, Sir Brain, saw you at the picnic? Hell yeah. The picnic was probably one of the most enjoyable parts of the convention, if I'm being honest. Also, Sugar Biscuit, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you for gifting that sub. Choppy was there. Yeah, I got my picture taken with the guillotine. Alright, everybody, I'm gonna go help Casey unload stuff. I'm gonna go help Casey unload the Costco haul. Launch failure sent me because I heard therapy exists. It's true. It's true. We do some good work here. We do some good work here, but I'm about to clock out for the day because I've got food and I'm hungry. And I need to help Casey carry in heavy stuff from Costco. But we'll be back again tomorrow. We'll be back again tomorrow. We'll be live at 1 p.m. Central. We're also going to do movie night in the Discord at 8 p.m. Central, so about 2.5 hours from now. Have a great night, everybody. Have a great night. Stay safe out there. Thanks for not being weird. Thanks for not being weird. We had one weird person drop in today. Thank you for not being weird. Have a great night. I'll see you at movie night. Bye-bye. Thank you for not being weird. Also, we had Beaver spinning a fidget spinner. That was badass. I don't know about you, but that was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Goddamn, look at him go. We're gonna raid Paleontologizing. I got to meet him at TwitchCon. That was cool. It was the best part of the partner party was I got to meet my favorite paleontologist. Ba ba da ba da ba da ba.